ИСН Софийски, няма ги. ИСН Варна, няма ги. ИСН ОНСС, няма ги. Няма кворум. Закриваме заседанието много спокойно. Аз, дай. Ние пробваме ще открием? Да, има форма. Празна ми се струва това. Guys, can you take your places and in the next 20-50 seconds we are going to do the quorum check, please. Аз ще обиколя да видя дали има някой. Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of the National Assembly, Danube's first borough. Bravo! I'm glad to see so many people in this zone after the ozone last night. So now it's time to switch. So as an opening, I propose to do a quorum check and we're going to start with ESM Varna, ESM Plovdiv, ESM OSSE, ESN ОАСГ, ESN Свищов, ESN НБУ. Добре, всички са тук. Okay, we have a quorum. And for today, the first thing on our agenda is going to be the first person who is going to present to you today is Nelly Karinova. I think some of our international guests may know her. But first I want to do a quick vote on something. I want to vote for two changes to the agenda today. The first change is we want to do a short break from 11 to 11:20 for a coffee. So if someone has something to say it now. If not, let's go vote. ESN Sofia University. We agree. ESN ONSSE. Agree. ESN Plovdiv. ESN Varna. ESN НБУ. ESN Свищов. ESN ОАСГ. Okay.
Може ли само да ви помоля да казвате по-силно гласа, не да показвате палец, защото записвам и не ви виждам в същото време. Благодаря.
И имам още една промяна. Обяда го преместим от 11 часа в 1. Така че, ако всички сте съгласни обяда ни да бъде от 1 часа, мисля да гласуваме и да започнем от ESN Sophia University.
Само от 11 в 1?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
So this is how the agenda is going to be presented, right?
Трябва да пише actual agenda.
Okay, I'm sending the agenda right now.
No, you should just leave it here while we vote and you can send it out.
But this is not the actual one, the new one. This is not the updated one. It's fine. Okay, this is the new one. Because I got two.
Не, това не е...
Okay. This is the new one.
Почваме по-рано. Той каза, че ще дойде
Може би да промените резултата на окна.
Тази беше също. Давам малко за вилна.
Да, още малко надолу.
Okay, this is it. You can see the agenda on the screen. At the beginning of the agenda, there was no break. We had a lunch break from 11 to 12, and after that we had a full 3 hours and 30 minutes of workshops. So we decided to have a short break at 11, and after that have the lunch at 1. As you can see. So, let's go to vote. ESN Sophia University.
I have a question. What is the approximate time of finishing schedule today?
15:35. Do you vote? How do you vote?
For the new schedule, I agree.
Okay. ESN University.
Agree.
ESN Plovdiv.
Yes.
Okay. ESN Varna.
Yes.
Yes. ESN Wasaga.
Yes.
ESN Nebu. ESN Sishtov. Okay. We have a full compliance, and we can continue with the first presentation on our panel today. We have an introduction to the advocacy and external relations of ESN International. It's basically going to be like an introduction to the whole framework in the fields of education and youth. I'm going to give the floor to Nelly Kalinova. Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. I hope that this works well for you. Okay, do you see everything right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hello guys, I'm super happy that... Oh my god, I hear my voice. This is not so good, but okay. I'm super happy that I have this opportunity to be here with you online. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it. But yeah, well, this is live. This is post-EGM live for some of us. So, in this morning, I'm going to talk about the advocacy and external relations of ESN International, but not so much in depth. I want to build up to it So you have the general idea, how do we get there, who does advocacy in ESN International, and actually what do we advocate for. So let me begin with this. As you know, our mission is enrichment of society through international students. Well, what does it mean actually? Well, it means that when people go abroad for learning purposes, society as a whole benefits. The person himself or herself benefits, the local university benefits, the local students benefit, the local community benefits, basically everybody does, and there is proof of that also through our own researches. So how does this translate into our policy goals? Well, probably you have heard Juan say more mobility, better mobility, like 1,000 times per day. Yes, we advocate for more mobility and better mobility, and this actually means that when we speak about more, we want to make it more accessible, we want to make it as inclusive as possible, we want to make it possible for all young people, for all students, regardless of their background, regardless of their opportunities. We want to make mobility accessible and possible for everybody. And when we talk about better mobility, what do we mean? We mean that we want to increase the impact of mobility or to improve the impact that mobility has on the local community, on the person, on the university, on the students, on everybody. Like we want to increase this impact to make it a positive one for everybody to be happy that they have been on mobility or that they have been part of this process of doing mobility. So what do we do in ESN to achieve these goals? We do two things. One is advocacy, and the second one is activities. Through advocacy, we try to convince stakeholders or institutions or somebody who is in charge of taking decisions that if there is a problem, we have found a solution to this problem and we want them to implement the solution so we can remove the barriers to mobility, so we can improve mobility. Through activities, we increase our impact. Through activities like any kind of ESN events that you as sections or national organizations do, you increase the impact of mobility. So let me talk about advocacy a bit more. Advocacy, not advocacy, but learning mobility is possible because there are laws, regulations, funding schemes, policies, programs, like the Erasmus program, that make it possible. However, this is not a given thing, and doing advocacy means trying to change any of these things at any level, bringing them closer to our priorities and our vision as ESN. This means that if there is a problem with the funding schemes, and students don't receive their grants on time, we are going to advocate to change these funding schemes in a way that will make mobility possible for students with fewer opportunities who could not afford to fund their mobility in advance, for example. And when we talk about activities, activities are of, by, and for the Erasmus generation is what defines our organization. Every single thing that we do is a type of activity. And of course, most of you, I hope, upload these activities at our platform so we can keep track of them, so we can have some database, so we can have some data how many activities do we actually organize, because we are an activity-based organization. They make mobility more attractive, easier, and more enjoyable. And of course, mobility, these are types of like mobility promotion, support, intercultural dialogue, active citizenship. They're all put into practice through our activities, all of these things. So, in the end, ESN is a student-led organization that provides services and activities for students. However, we are not only we do not consist only of students, and that is perfectly fine, because we need experience from all sides. We need experience of those who have finished their education in university and those who are currently involved in it, so we can get as many perspectives as possible. But why is ESN so successful in helping students? Well, we are successful because in the end we are students helping students in the majority of the cases. And we understand the students' needs, and we know how to ask the right questions, and we know how to look for the right the right solutions to the problems that students face. How is the process looking when I speak about problems? For example, students and alumni, and here by alumni I refer to Erasmus alumni, people who have been on mobility and they return home and they report about some problems they have occurred during their mobility, that there are some challenges and ideas that they want to share with us. They report this to ESNers, who in their turn identify priority areas for improvement and challenges to address. For example, if a couple of students go back home after mobility and they say, hey, you know what, I didn't get my credits recognized, then listeners will actually dig deeper into this issue. They will try to understand if this is really the case for everybody or this is more an individual case. But whatever the case is, listeners will try to help by identifying priority areas and trying to influence the problem. And how do we do that? We reach out to institutions because they are the ultimate responsible for making or facilitating the changes. So, who conducts this process in ESN International? That's the big question that I will try to elaborate on during this brief presentation. Well, we have the education department, and although this writing here is very small, you will see now that we talk about a lot of people. Let's start with the headquarters of ESN International, meaning the ESN office, or the people who work there, and the secretariat, and not only. There we have the president, Juan Rayon, who everybody knows. We have the ESN director, who is Wim. We have a project officer, this is Paula, and cultural and policy assistant, who is normally a European Solidarity Corps volunteer. This time, this is Anna Kowalczyk. And of course, we have the board. Together, they take more strategic decisions about the next moves of ESN when it comes to advocacy. And we also have ESN International, a collective of different structures in ESN, such as the Education Community Manager, this is Pedro, the Liaison Office, you will see that there are many people in the Liaison Office, I will get into it in a bit. We have the International Committee for Education, where we also have a lot of people working for the network. We have the ESN survey team and the social impact team. And on the network level, people who are involved in the process, these are the national presidents, the education officers, and national education teams. Like in ESN Bulgaria, for example, we don't have our own education and youth community or committee. And we work together to achieve our goals in terms of making mobility better and more accessible. So this group of people, they're a lot, they work together on a daily basis, they help each other, and we try to understand the challenges and barriers that still remain to mobility, and we try to work together to remove them. So let me elaborate a bit more on that. On the ESN International level, we do have some key documents. We have our mission, vision, values. I hope that you are aware of them. We have our general policies and the causes of ESN. This is the general framework of ESN International, and we cannot do any actions beyond this framework. This is what guides us. This is what we work within. And let me move to this. There are many actions carried out by the education department, such as external representations, position papers, capacity building, research, and grant projects. And many bodies are carrying out these processes. The Liaison Office, as I mentioned, the International Committee for Education, the ESN Survey Team, and the headquarters of ESN International. All these levels, all these teams, they actually do a bit of everything. It's not only, okay, the Liaison Office will only represent externally. No, they also participate in submitting the position papers of ESN International. They also participate in capacity building, not so much within ESN, but externally. They build capacity in other youth organizations that are willing to join ESN in the future in other continents, for example. So we all work together, the whole department is integrated and always follows the same philosophy. And listen about that. There is a problem in society, it leads to research on how to solve this problem, which in turn originates in actions that will eventually solve the problem. It's very simple. This is how we work in ESN in any level. And of course, because education is a national priority, the education department also includes the education community, which is formed by national presidents and national education officers. And they must be always informed about the most recent developments on international level in the field of education and youth, in all policy-related latest developments. And they must be involved in every single step to provide updated information and to be trained how to implement these actions that we together as the education department create. So, I will go now one by one into these structures, starting with the liaison office of ESN International. The liaison office is, let's say, split into two groups. It is not formally split, but maybe eventually and naturally, this is how we are going to divide the responsibilities within the office. So we have people who are more responsible about policy and EU affairs, and we have the regional liaison officers. And what does it mean? When it comes to policy and EU affairs, we have, again, external representation, because this is what the liaison officer does. The liaison officers represent ESN International towards a third external party. So we have representatives, two representatives toward the European Youth Forum. We have a representative toward the Lifelong Learning Platform and towards the ESA, which is the organization that provides also grants to fund our projects. And we also have a liaison officer who is responsible, who is in charge of EU affairs, to keep the network updated on the most recent developments within the EU bubble and youth participation. And we also have more policy-oriented liaison officers who work for quality education and inclusive mobility and the recognition of youth work, skills and volunteering. When it comes to the regional liaison officers, we have 4 amazing people who work in different regions. We have one person who dedicates all for energy in Asia, one who works for Americas, for Africa and Middle East, and for the Western Balkans and the Eastern neighborhood. And who are these people? This is only part of the amazing people that I just described. The liaison office is expanding and is going to expand because the need for representation and the need for more collective work increases. So we are going to improve and expand this structure within ESN International. But what do they do? Basically, very simple. They represent ESN externally. They advocate for more and inclusive opportunities for students and volunteers. They work towards recognitions of skills and volunteering. So for you as ESNers, they work that your experience as ESNers is recognized and validated and that you can prove it to your future employer. They work for more and better mobility, not only Erasmus, but globally. They work for more mobility programs and to set the same high standard for mobility programs similar to the one in Erasmus. And of course, they increase the visibility of ESN services and activities, because when they communicate with stakeholders from other continents, they pass on our knowledge from ESN that we have built in the last 30-something years, and they promote our tools, our services, our activities, and try to teach how other student organizations can actually start doing the same. So this is about liaison office. Their work is extremely important, and if you have an opportunity to approach them, go for it. I encourage you. And what does ICE do? I know that here you cannot really recognize the International Committee for Education, but you will in the next picture. I forgot to say that I am Nelly and I'm the main chair of the International Committee for Education. And what do? We are a group of around 50 plus people from all around the network who work remotely, unfortunately, but we work towards building capacity in the network. We bring topics such as internationalization, or how to collaborate with student unions, or how to work with young people, why youth matters to ESN, or how to understand better mobility programs such as Erasmus or any other mobility program that exists in the world. We do a little bit of everything. So our main goal is to build capacity within the network. We educate, we raise awareness on relevant topics, on most recent developments, also in policy development related to education. We analyze, we do research, so we know that what we speak is truthful and it matters. We showcase good cases, like with our friends from ESN Romania just recently. And we provide support. So if you need any kind of expertise related to education with youth or Erasmus, just approach us. We are here and we'll be very happy to help you. And this is our part of our amazing team, only 17 people here, more or less. And of course, I said we are around 50. So, and you have some ICE members in the room, so approach them, ask them what do you do, and how we as ICE can help you. Of course, we also have the ESN survey. This is an amazing project with ESN International. This is how we do research, how we collect data, and how we, based on the collected data, we issue recommendations. So far, we have had 14 editions of the ESN survey, and the latest one from last year is yet to be published. So I'm very curious about the impact of mobility right now from the perspective from 2021. Normally we collect around 14,000 answers, and this is super important because no other organization or institution within Europe can get as many responses as we do as ESN. That is why many institutions, such as the European Commission, trust our surveys, and they base their policies on data extracted from our research. This is super important and super valuable, something to know that you can also rely on, and that you can base your own advocacy on the ESN survey results throughout the years. And they're all available at the ESN website. And the last thing that I want to mention here is a very important project of ESN International, done in cooperation with many other organizations. It is the Social Inclusion and Engagement in Mobility project, which is another research tackling more the barriers towards inclusive mobility. And this research has a lot of recommendations that are super valuable on how to make mobility more accessible and more inclusive. I urge you to go to the website. There are very nice materials there that you can also use when you promote mobility or when you try to improve mobility in your university or in your country. We just recently managed to get some of our recommendations in one of the reports of the European Parliament on the inclusion measures for Erasmus. So what we do really does matter. But what do we actually do? Let me give you a few examples of how do we turn all of these things and how our education department actually works towards an actual result. As I mentioned most of the time, we work for more mobility and better mobility. And what does it mean? As you probably know, one of the 4 priorities of the Erasmus program currently is make the Erasmus program greener, make it more sustainable, change the types of travel, contribute to behavioral change of participants. So what did ESN do in this regard? ESN conducted another research on Green Erasmus, or on the habits of Erasmus students related to sustainability during their mobility. This report was launched recently, if I'm not mistaken, in February. It is public. It is probably, I think you can find it on the ESN website. It is very nice because this topic has not been explored in depth so much. And you can still use it for advocacy. You can still use it for building your arguments when you want to contribute to a change. This report was presented in collaboration with representatives from different institutions, including the European Commission, who are taking into account the key findings from our research. As I said, you cannot do advocacy if you don't have data. If you just speak about the problem, but you don't have data to prove that there is such a problem, your advocacy is not so strong. And then another topic that I wanted to bring is related to another novelty in the Erasmus program, which is the blended mobilities. This is basically combining virtual mobility with the physical aspect, with the physical short-term mobility, few weeks. And since this is a new addition to the program, and ESN had some concerns, because you know, with ESN, we are for any kinds of mobility, including maybe virtual to some extent, but we claim that virtual mobility can never substitute physical mobility. That is why ESN had some concerns on how this is going to work, and we grouped up with the European Students' Union, and we published a joint position paper highlighting some of our concerns and also highlighting how we can increase the impact, positive impact of blended mobility to make it really a valuable experience for students involved. So you can check all of these documents on the ESN website. Everything is published there. Just follow it. Keep track on the most recent developments, also on the social media of ESN International. Another example is Erasmus is a big plus, as you can see here. So probably you know that in the Erasmus program there are two types of participating countries. We have program countries who have full right and full access to any feature of Erasmus, but we also have the rest of the world split into regions. The rest of the world consists of so-called partner countries. And with the new Erasmus program, unfortunately, Switzerland is no longer a program country, so it doesn't have full access to the program, but it's a partner country. And we want to change that, because this has been the reality for so long, and we want to change it. We want to bring Switzerland back to the Erasmus program. And that's why ESN International, together with ESN Switzerland, issued a call for swift reassociation of Switzerland to the Erasmus program, and they are working towards this. Hopefully this will become a reality. And just recently, as ESN also has to react to the most recent events to ensure that we provide support to students, and not only we, to ensure that there is support to students provided by institutions as well. And just recently, with the war in Ukraine, we were wondering how can the Erasmus program support students who flee, who escape the war, and we worked on a recommendation paper on how to adapt the Erasmus program to support Ukrainian students and staff. Our recommendation paper is not very long. You can also find it in the ESN website. It consisted of a few recommendations on how to adapt the funding so students can receive support, financial support, or how they can continue their studies in another European country or not only. And I'm super happy to say that the European Commission took one step further, and maybe some of you received this information. If not, please ask your national presidents to share it with you. But the European Commission took the next step, and the Ukrainian students will have full access to the Erasmus program. They will be able to do traineeships or to continue their studies as exchange students for up to 12 months, and they will receive the maximum amount of funding possible. So minimum 800 euros to sustain their living and to help them to adapt in the new environment that they found themselves unwillingly. So this is something huge. We might have played a very small role in this, but it is important when there is a problem where you see that you can influence something, act. And as you see here from the poster, ESN group with other organizations, such as the Coimbra Group, which is an organization collecting 40 universities in Europe together, the European University Foundation and the European Students' Union. It is important to find partners when you do advocacy, to make more noise and to make your voice heard. So this is a very, very good example, and you will learn more about it in the next few weeks probably. And much more is done behind the scenes, of course. We participate in a lot of working groups together with institutions, with other organizations. There is work that is constantly being done 24/7, and all of those volunteers, they work tirelessly for improving mobility as a whole. And just before I finish, I wanted to ask you this. Just think about it. Don't answer me because I cannot hear you so well. Think about it. What are the key priority areas for you, considering your national and local reality and your knowledge and experience? Think about the main things that you would like to improve in terms of access to mobility. And access to mobility means how we can encourage more people to participate, how can we make it possible for more people to participate in mobility. And think about the main things that you would like to improve in terms of impact on how individuals and society at large benefit more from the mobility experience. Think about it and think how you can influence it as ESN, as your group of ESNers from your section, or collectively in your town and in your country. And before I finish, I just wanted to walk you through the 7 steps of advocacy. And the first thing is identify the issue. As I said, okay, you have heard that Erasmus students share that they have some problem, but you need to identify it and to make sure that there is really a problem. That it's not just that it's not just some people complaining about something because they don't like it. Make sure that this is a reality, analyze it, do some research, identify targets and goals. And by research, I mean support your claims with data, form your position. Okay, there is this problem, we have identified it, and we think that this and this would be the best solutions to overcome or to remove this problem. Create your strategy, and then of course take action to implement your strategy by also finding partners like other student organizations or youth organizations or even institutions. And in the end, evaluate the outcome. Think about, did our actions actually bring up to this change? Did we make an impact? Did we have an actual influence? What did we do right? What did we do wrong? What can we improve in the future? And if you need any help, of course, you need to use all available resources. And if you need any help, there is the Advocacy Toolkit, and you can find it at Wiki, at ESN Wiki, at the ESN Toolbox and Education and Advocacy in particular page in Wiki, where you can find various guidelines and info notes that the International Committee for Education has created over the years. There you can find different documents on how to collaborate with different institutions in your country, for example, the Ministry of Education, or the National Agency, or the International Relations Office. There are many ideas on how to collaborate with them. And of course, there are materials that can guide you through how to actually build up an advocacy campaign. What is advocacy? How do we do it in ESN? And how to write position and reaction papers. So this was from me. Thank you very much for the time that you allocated for me. I really hope that this was interesting for you. And once again, I'm super sorry that I couldn't be there in my hometown, but I'm very happy that ESN is there and that it's present, and I hope that ESN will have a lot of successes after this event in Russia. Thank you.
Nelly, I'm going to ask if anyone has questions, and I'm going to be muted, and I'm going to unmute whenever we have something for you, okay?
Okay.
So guys, I hope you liked the main chair's presentation. We are opening the speakers list. By raise of hands, does anyone have a question to Nelly? Okay, then I'm closing the speakers list. Нели, нямаме въпроси към теб, много сме ти благодарни и ще се радваме на следващата платформа да се видим на живо.
Да, живи и здрави, ще се видим. Хубав ден!
And now we are back to the SOS stuff. So now, the next thing on our agenda is we have to vote for the amendment of the amendment for yesterday on our statutes and standing orders document. So, either do you want to take
trips policy paper and action plan, I will be really quick because we discussed it yesterday.
Да. Просто направи един нов файл. Или това искам да го отворя. Този файл. Да. Да, имейл изтегли ли нещата пред окей, Day2.
На Mac?
Не, това, което вчера правих. Файл за скрипт, файл за изтеглете само начо и ги служи в екрана. Okay guys, I'll be really quick. This is the first change. As you can see, it's only one letter because we wrote Dena, not Dena, and this is the only thing that we propose for change of the proposed change. So yes, and now I will present you the trips policy papers changes.
Това е трябва само да отвориш текста. Черенкин, Дърм, Волгин. Дърм. Документ, команден,
Ето, не е този файл, да. И служи само за action plan. Да. Okay. So, first change of change are the points, let me see. It was 4, 4, 5, 7, it should be 5, 6, 7. Yes, I saw it. Okay. Change to. Thank you. Amendment to.
Чакай, остави го това нещо.
Amendment 2 is removing the ESN card from point 5 and adding minimum of 5 level, which is which we discussed yesterday. Here, removing the sections outside of Sofia and adding local sections outside Sofia, not describing them one by one. And of course, this happens for the sections in Sofia. It's not called ESN Sofia officially, so we added local sections in Sofia. Изменение 4. Here, okay, those are the proposals of Emeka. When the excursion is cancelled due to force majeure consequences, those who have already paid the fee, the fee can be given back after giving the parts to either. I'll say it to the next.
Yes, it's better. Do you want me to say it because I write it? So
So, about the Amendment 4 is to clarify about the procedures about force majeure consequences. So we are adding the point 2, if the trip is cancelled, every part included to be announced up to 36 hours after the decision, then changing the number from 2 to 3 on the marked one, as it was already there, and adding the point 4 that after the changing the cancel the trip, the organizers have to give immediately information of the all parts interested, including the sections, guides, and the students for the procedure and the period of giving the money back. And Amendment 5 is a proposal from Nils from UNWP that we have to clarify and removing actually that the national trip is a trip made by more than 3 local sections, no matter if they're from which cities from Bulgaria they are.
That's just to clarify, we will vote for first for all the changes at all, and then you will receive the local representatives will receive a link with online voting. That will be added to the question: do you approve this document, trip policy paper, to be added to the standing orders of ES and Bulgaria? And first we will vote about these changes here, and then we will vote for the whole document with already done with the already made changes. So yes, the action plan.
Of course.
Okay. First, we talked about the name at the document. It's not a strategy; it's action plan. So under stop. Here we remove as a full right members of National Youth Council because we agreed yesterday. What?
We are not. Are we a full rights member?
No, that's why we are removing this not sentence, but these words from the action plan. And if we become, this will probably change a little. But for now, we are removing it. Here we remove the point 2.1.8. This is converting ESN UCTM into ESN section of technical universities in Sofia. As we already discussed yesterday, that this is not discussed at this point of view. And I think here with the intern we added with the ESN intern at the description we added get an intern who helped the national level with the communications with students organizations, and we removed the transformation of UCTM new section and reformulating the section with the technical university. So that was in the first part, so we remove it from the sheet too. So yes, that's it. Again, as the TRIPS policy paper, we will vote first for all the changes to this document, and then we will receive this link where you will have the question: do you approve the action plan at national level for 2021-2022? So that's it for all the changes that we proposed yesterday.
За статутите на...
Това е, го казах. Да си направи само една промяна за дена, който е файла, който отворих в Word. Не. Не гледаш направо това.
Чакай, аз ще го покажа.
Файла, който отворих първо, това е предложението на Деси. Единственото нещо, което предлагаме е да се смени една буква, което е... Няма смисъл да ви го обяснявам, защо трябва да е така. Не съм завършила филология, за да имам... Това е.
Ок.
Okay, for the next thing, we have something very interesting again. We have international guests that are going to present what they do. So I want to welcome you on the stage. Give it up for that team.
This will go down and this will go up. Yeah, down is forward.
Okay. Hi everybody, good morning. I hope you have a little bit of energy for what's to come, because I hope it's going to be interesting. First and foremost, thank you for having me here today, and thank you for your attention that's about to come. So I'm Lexi, I'm the main chair of the network committee, and I'm here today to talk a bit about our projects, what do we do, and then hopefully we can have a little bit of a tour of one of our projects. So who we are and what do we do? So basically NEC is one of the four, depending how you want to view it, committees of ESN International, and we work very closely with the vice president, in this case being Paula, probably already know her. And basically the committee is very active in everything that has to do with human resources, and a lot of working in different areas that tackle either recruitment, volunteer management, volunteer engagement, and eventually research, which none of the above could be done without. So basically our mission is to provide resources and knowledge to develop our network. This is just a little bit about faces to put up with names. This is our chairing team, and Paula. And then these are our project leaders, and up to not a long time ago, dear Evelina here was also one of the project leaders. These are the 6 areas in which we are working, and you may wonder, wait, there are only 5. No, they're not. There is network care and network engagement, which have been combined because currently we are still struggling to come up with a project that would really benefit the network. In the past it used to be gift exchange, but there have been some tricky situations with that, with receiving packages, so we kind of had to let it go from a logistical point of view. We have recruitment and onboarding, training and development, volunteer management, and then, oh, I'm moving this, interesting. And then network development, sorry. So what are actually our projects? So we have network analysis, and this is always preparing the national and section questionnaire, which you probably are aware of. You probably have filled that in the past, and every time of day of the year, you're like, oh my God, we need to do this again. And based on that, we do evaluate, okay, what are the needs of our network, what do we do, and what do we need to do for the year or years to come. And of course, this is always in collaboration with the international board. Then there's the ESN volunteer survey. So our teams usually is preparing, researching, and analyzing, as well as launching, of course, the ESN volunteer survey. This year, this has been externalized, and there is a person doing. I think she's doing her PhD studies, and she's now in the headquarters, so she overtook this analysis part from us. Huge help, so we thank her for that. And then we have the spotlight team, in which maybe in the past you did, maybe you didn't. already have received or sorry, this morning I just cannot talk. Maybe you already had your section in the spotlight or an activity. So basically we are simplistically saying we're kind of screening a little bit activities.dsn.org. So if you have activities, please do register with them there. There's a higher chance for you guys to be in the spotlight and really showcase all the beautiful work that I know you do. And it's pretty much just recognizing the work of the sections and a good tool to kind of give a bit of more empowerment on that front. We have the ESN Wiki, which I hope you all are aware of, and you have at least once, just out of curiosity, at least went there. This is basically the ultimate view of the ESN world. Everything and anything you need to find out, it's there. The team is doing management of the content, as well as just updating and promoting more the ESN Wiki tool. And then there is my ESN career, which I think if you've already been to EGM, you already heard about this. This is one of the new services which is offered by the committee. Before that, it used to be external. And now this is put in place in order to help volunteers learn how to recognize their skills, understand how they can use the experience they gained in ESN in the outside world, be it at a job, in the university or somewhere else, and how ESN can contribute to each and every one of our employment, and applicability in the oversaturated labor market. And then there's the communication team, which, well, that's our only team. The other ones are projects, but this is the only team that we have. And basically, it works very close with our communication officer, and of course, our work would not be visible without a team. They make everything look pretty. All right, and then the ESN Awards, which I'm sure you're aware of. Well, you already had yesterday the diploma here, so congrats once again for that. Good job, guys. So yeah, we basically, I think you know the drill. We analyzed the applications. This year we received around 280 applications for all the categories in total. We have 14 categories. And this year we had together both an internal and an external jury. So we had a lot of wonderful people that helped us with on more subjects, on subjects they're more experienced in and have the knowledge in to help us analyze this and give back awards on that. All right, and a few of our other projects. We have the Heroes Challenge, which you can find on Wiki. And basically this is it's based on a game-based challenge that used to be, it was done in the past, but I'm not sure if it was actually ever published. And it's a good tool for both local sections, but it can be applied on a national level as well, whenever you guys want to do recruitment and maybe you don't have enough experience, or maybe you don't have enough tools. And it's just a good aid provider in case you either are missing the human resource, or you just are maybe at the beginning of your ESN journey and you're not so sure, how am I supposed to do this? So it's a good guide for that. Then we have the ESN dictionary, which has kind of been offline for the past year, maybe 2 years. We did some maintenance on it, but now it's finally up and running once again. So if you don't know, this is a good place to go if you are maybe new to the ESN world and you do not know the slang. You guys probably know. We have a lot of acronyms, so it's a good place, and my advice is to encourage your people back in your sections to go and check the dictionary, and even it can be a help for you not having to explain everything to your new volunteers all the time. They can just go there and check it for themselves. And then the team building guide, which I don't know if Evelina wants to say anything about that. Sorry, put you on the spot.
Okay. I hope soon you see the team building guide because it's already time. It's guides with different kind of activities, energizers, icebreakers, so that you can use them in your team buildings or sections meetings or local training. So this will help you with the process to involve the members and get to know each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's going to be up and running pretty soon, so I suggest you check that. It really provides some nice ideas. So this is where we are, Facebook, Instagram, and like, share, subscribe, you know the drill. That has been it for the presentation part. I hope it's going to work with 2 minutes to go, Vicky. I wanted to do a little practical exercise, and I promise I will show you the Heroes Challenge. So hopefully we can make it. Is it okay if I guide you through it, and then you can do it? Okay. So you logged in. This is the ESN Wiki. If you've never been here, shame on you. Otherwise, awesome job. If we go to the ESN toolbox. We can see that there are all fields of activities. We mainly have positions around, be it in local boards, be it in national boards. And at the moment we're going to look for in the human resources part, and hopefully we will find our heroes. Challenge, we scroll a bit down, a bit more down, a bit more down. Those are pinned documents. Here at volunteer recruitment, this is the first one, the newest that we made. Yeah, if we click on that. We're quickly going to run through it. I just wanted to explain how this is because it has different parts. So yeah, we just have the content part, what it contains, so the document with instructions, then we have the board game, because it's a game-based challenge, and then a folder of supplements which are also on Wiki. So yeah, this is just explaining how you should set up the game, what you need to do in order to make it successful, what you need to search for, and then I think we can, yeah, just knowing what you want and what you need, and then we have the rules of this. And then all the way after this, the next page, there will be the actual game, which is going to basically walk you through all the stages you need to do, or you could do when you recruit. This is very adaptable, so you can use it as per your needs. It might even help you discover what you need. So by walking through all the steps, it's kind of, in a way, a bit of a checklist as well, so you can always check, okay, have I done this? Good. Do I need this? Yes. And then we can kind of move on through all the steps from preparation to promotion, receiving of the applications, then analyzing the applications through the interview process, and then I think is communicating the final answer. Yeah. Pretty much this is about the game. And I think if we can, oh, okay, yeah, this is additionally if you make any kind of info day where you want to talk with people about what is ESN doing, maybe it's you're trying to recruit them, then it's always good to think of a couple guiding questions to see what you need in order to move forward. If we can get out of this, and then and then if we click here for support materials, right next to that, we will find an application form template So, you don't need to think, oh, how do I write this application form? But it's in a doc format, so you can download it and then you can adapt it as per your needs. Those are just guiding things. They might be very basic, but they're just there to give you an idea where you need to move to. And then there are the interview guidelines, which they're split in two parts, be that you do it in a physical format or be that you do it in a online format, sorry, brain freeze. And then it basically literally tells you from questions you might be asking, but how do we need to present in front of the people, small etiquette things, because different formats imply different types of behavior, also for the interviewer, but also from the interviewee. But we cannot control the interviewee's behavior, so of course we can always improve ourselves. And then the role descriptions, this is a very, very, very basic template with, if you're starting or if you're thinking of putting up a new position, or maybe you didn't have, let's say, the events manager position and you're thinking of setting that up, and you're wondering, oh, what skills should the events manager have? There is a little bit of a guiding keywords that you could use, and a tiny description, of course. Please always adjust it as per your needs. So kind of setting up the open call or even the task description for the role. So that's pretty much it. Stay tuned in this part because somewhere around here will also come the team building guide. So please take a look at that. Check this as well, or your other fields if I know maybe this is not for everybody, but do point your HR managers or your VPs, do point them here to have a look at this, and you yourself check your respective field. That was it. I'm up for questions, but thank you for the attention, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Betsy, for the awesome presentation. Is there someone who doesn't know what ESM Wiki is? So, does anyone have any questions related to what she showed you, or how you can go around and search in the wiki by yourself? As I saw, it's actually huge. You can get lost very easily. Come on, at least one question. Okay. Danny, you want to ask something?
I don't have a question. I spent my time in Wiki, so after
bookmark once.
Okay, thank you, Lexi, again.
Thank you. Thank you for the help.
Now something very short, and I let you go, okay? So now it's time for some presentations and voting, yes? Okay. Let's do a quorum check first and see if we can actually vote. ESM Sofia University?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
ESM Varna? ESM Plovdiv?
Yes.
But you're not from Plovdiv, right? No, I'm good. ESM USC?
Yes.
ESM Vasagă? ESM Siștov? ESM NBU? Neciuc? Okay. So, let's get going.
First, we need to elect one more person as scrutinizer. Yes, but there are English speakers, and we will need the third one so that to check all the Bulgarian stuff. But you will help again. So okay, another international guest, but no in Bulgarian, so Venice.
Quorum. I want to vote to make our dear half Turkish, half Bulgarian friend, our scrutinizer, Denise. Yes, and Sofia University, how do you vote for Denise to be our scrutinizer?
Of course, yes.
Okay, ESN UNSS?
Yes.
ESN Plovdiv?
Yes.
ESN Varna? ESN NBU? ESN WASG?
Yes.
ESN Svištov? Okay, fully agree, 100%, awesome. And now, do you want to explain how we proceed with the voting or just
Да, ще отвориш ли файла? Не, добре, окей, отвори първо файла. В before. Всъщност я виждам не в during. During и после Okay guys, we will show you the voting weight of 1 month before the election. So you see, we already sent it to your emails, so you can see how every section can vote. I will just kindly ask you not to go outside and inside the room because we'll probably mistaken the quorum check and we'll have to do it again. So please take your seats for 10-15 minutes and we will be quickly done. Okay, Габи, сега може ли да отвориш предложението за дай amendment. Да. Айде като Сашко.
Hey guys, until we get the document ready, let me tell you a quick joke. It's your wallet? Hey guys, I have a red wallet here. A very fat red wallet. Why do I think this is Justin's? Okay, I'm going to check if there is an ID. Oh, it's someone from the university. It's like can someone give this to security? Yes. Because it's full of money.
Само да проверя това и това. Добре, там ще го затваря.
Да гласуваме предложение за изменение на тези адвокати.
Да. Добре.
После са три. После са... Говорим не за към социалното.
Само за това. Само за... Добре. После?
И после изходи файла, който е...
Само ще разпълка
файла, който е в Voting. Не Voting Proposals, а в Google.
Извинявай.
Да.
Трябва да разберем, че не затваря.
Не. Добре. Екшън плана къде го служи?
Ето го, ето action plan, да, извинявай. Ето го, от четвъртия край.
Okay, guys, we're going to proceed in the following way. I'm going to ask every section how you want to vote on the specific changes, and at the end, the LRs will receive on their email one. Yes. Scrutinizers, can you come behind the scene so you can see if they can fill the Excel correctly or not? So first, we have the amendments on our statutes and standing orders document. We vote to change one word from A to Ya. ESN Sofia University. ESN УАСГ. ESN Свищов.
Чакай по-бавно.
ESN НБУ. ESN УНСС. ESN Пловдив, ESN Varna. Okay, 100%. Okay, let's go to the drift document. Yes. Close this document.
Да, защото това не е много.
Okay, ESN Sofia University. But there is a, okay, how do you vote? In here we change 4 to 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Okay, ESN Sofia, ESN УНСС, ESN НБУ, ESN УАСГ, ESN Пловдив, ESN Свищов, ESN Varna. Okay, can you go down? In here for the change number 5 to what additional minimum? ESN Sofia University, how do you vote? Изменение 2.
Trips Policy Paper го гласуваме измененията заедно. Тоест всички изменения на куп.
Окей.
Колко изменения?
Едно по-малко цялото.
Okay, in this case, why don't we just send them the link and we don't do this in front of everyone?
Защото в момента се гласуват предложенията за промени на предложенията. Амблок.
Okay, ESN Sofia University. I would like to hear your vote on the 5 changes on the TRIPS document that were proposed and voted on and talked yesterday.
Okay.
How do you vote?
We agree.
Okay. ESN УНСС.
We also agree.
ESN НБУ. ESN Пловдив. ESN УАСГ. ESN Свищов. ESN НБУ.
Varna.
And ESN Varna. Okay, now we go to the changes in the action plan. We are again going to vote for all the changes on one. So, do we agree to change the whole document? ESN Sofia University.
For this one, we also agree.
ESN УНСС. ESN НБУ. ESN Пловдив. ESN УАСГ. ESN Свищов. ESN Varna.
отвори файла, който е за предложението на Дейси, които just a second please, sorry to move you. Които са на Дейси. Сега ще кажа как ги гласуваме. Voting. Махаме това. Предложение за изменение на правилника. Така, а те си могат да ги махаме? Да. Сега гласуваме едно по едно. Тези точки. Тук ги гласуваме едно по едно.
Няма изменения.
Това са предложенията.
Okay, now we finished with all the amendments of the documents, and now we are going to the amendments of the documents, and we are going to go one by one for each amendment, and at the end, depending on how we voted, you are going to receive one or a few links. So for the first one, to add a change of the amendment on the day of the National Assembly. Is this basically this is a cosmetic change because this existed somewhere else and now it's put here. So changes on the changes of the amendments of the amendments.
Just a change to the standing order status, it's not a change to amendments.
It's
It's a regular amendment.
It says something about the amendments to the amendment, but it's not an amendment to an amendment. This is just the Bulgarian one. And then it's also the Bulgarian.
okay. Yes, Sofia University. How do you vote? For the first one, the cosmetic change. For the amendments of the changes of the amendments of the changes.
Cosmetic changes are proposals.
Okay, but basically this exists somewhere else and it's just put here.
But it's not
Right.
cosmetic change, it's put there.
Okay, let's move it from point A to point B.
No, let's copy.
Okay, let's copy. Do you agree to copy paste it from there to here? Yes, anyone say? ESN Пловдив, ESN НГУ, ESN ЛАСГ, ESN Свищов, ESN Варна. Okay, for the second change.
Бяхме надолу. Още надолу. Още? Ето това, стоп.
Okay, guys, how do you want to vote on this thing to add the audit commission into the roles that can present ESN Bulgaria and participate in the secret voting?
Когато се гласува за една комисия, се гласува дай.
Okay, we should vote for them secretly so they don't know who hates and who likes them.
We know.
Okay. Okay, so ESN Sofia University, how do you want to vote?
So, we always, it is in Bulgaria, when we vote for people, we always vote secretly. It just there, we are adding the audit commission as a description for the positions. Otherwise, anyway, we do it secretly, we just add it.
Okay, ESN UNSS, ESN Пловдив, ESN НГУ, ESN ЛАСГ, ESN Свищов, okay, and ESN Варна. Okay, this is basically something that we are doing right now, but it's just copy-pasted from one place to another place. So how do you want to vote on the voting from LRs using their voice?
Yes.
Sofia University, yes. Okay, UNSS,
Yes.
Пловдив, НГУ, ЛАСГ, Свищов, Варна. Okay, let's go. Okay, the next one is to make the percentages to be correct in the whole document, because in some places we have 50% and in other places we have 50 plus 1%. So ESN Sofia University, how do you want to vote?
Agree.
ESN UNSS,
Agree also.
ESN Plovdiv, ESN Neveru, ESN OASG, ESN Sištov, ESN Varna. Can you go down? Down, down. Okay, this is enough. Okay, change number 5 is about the local sections open space for discussions, which we did yesterday. The change is about right now it's not less than 1 hour. The change wants to do it by the decision of the chairing team and the national board, depending on the things that we have to vote. They will say how much time this open space for sections will be. So ESN Sofia University.
We also agree.
Great. ESN UNSC.
Abstain.
ESN Plovdiv.
ESN Plovdiv agrees.
ESN Neveru. ESN OASG. ESN Sištov. ESN Varna. Okay. And about the cosmetic changes. The whole document, all the cosmetic changes. Let's go one by one, every cosmetic change. Yes, of course I'm joking. Okay, ESN Sofia University, how do you want to vote on the cosmetic changes on the whole document? Okay, ESN UNSC, ESN Plovdiv, ESN Neveru, ESN OASG, okay, ESN Sištov, ESN Varna. Full compliance.
Yes.
And these are all the amendments, and now we have to go to.
Yes. Now we will send the link to the local representatives. We.
Okay, the LRs, all the local representatives, you will receive an email to vote. You will receive one email for all for the changes.
There will be and скажем ли как ще изглежда?
Okay, LRs, you will receive 3 links.
No, one link with 3.
Okay, you will receive one link with 3 questions. The questions are going to be about the TRIPS policy paper, about the alumni, and about the action plan. Do you want to accept these people and these documents that they put together into our midst? So Evelina will say when the emails are sent out.
It's launched, so 60 seconds and they will receive the link.
Okay, until you receive the emails, you have about 40-50 seconds. I will ask our international friends a joke that we have here in Bulgaria, and whenever there is a famous Bulgarian comedian who always does this joke when he goes on stage with the international people. Do you know how in Bulgaria we call girls that doesn't like to do French love? I'm just doing jokes.
Actually, jokes outside the room.
I'll tell you later.
Yes.
Това в протокола ще
Yes.
Okay guys, you can refresh your emails, you should have received them by now. And you have 3 votes. Whenever one of the awards is ready with the 3 votes, please raise your hand so we can know and proceed. Okay, we have 5 people ready, Есен Свищов?
Да Свищов имеем? Wait a second. На имейла на университета, на секцията. Еми. Can you?
Does someone want some sweet mercy?
Жоро?
After the joke you need one, yes.
Готов ли си? Нямаш достъп ли? Мога да ти сменя имейла. Мога да сменя имейла. Ачо, ела само секунда.
For our international guests and for our Bulgarian friends, I forgot to say something. Today we have a special day. It's called National Flower Day, and every person that name is related to a flower is celebrating a name day today. Like Gabi, because she's named after a tree in Bulgaria. We have our Neo from the main Greece also. And from the back, Zeti, get up so they can see you. We have another. And, okay, Есен Ласагър, you're ready with the vote?
Само секунда, Ачо, трябва да гласуваме още веднъж за последните козметични промени, защото веднъж в правилника, веднъж в устава, т.е. вече сме гласували за правилника. И за сега гласуваме с
Okay, we got the results from all the awards. Thank you, but before we proceed with showing you the results, we have another change. The cosmetic changes, they were applied in 2 places. Some of them were in the SOS, and the other one was in the standing orders. So how do you want to vote for the cosmetic changes on the standing orders? We have this last cosmetic document changes to vote on. It's again some punctual errors and small things which they fixed. So ESN Sofia University, ESN Monise, ESN Plovdiv, ESN Negru, Властъгър, Свищов, Varna. Okay, then we don't have anything else to vote on. Okay guys, it's 11:05. We are exactly on time. You have a 15 minutes break and I will see you here at 8:20. Or 9:20 or 10:20. It just has to be at 20 minutes. 4:20 we do something else. We go catch the bus to Sofia.
залата, но не имаше повече песни, които знаят, отколкото в имаше микса на Весислава.
Ритърчалка беше четвърта.
Микса на Весислава.
Първия или втория?
Първия. И после някакви песни посърта на...
Ама всъщност ви хванахте резервация на това нещо. Защото ние те казаха, че ние резервация няма през последния и казах за 20 човека и тази минута. Като приемка ще се опитаме да се намерим къде ще се сложи, защото няма друго место.
А плащат ли са резервация?
Значи като няма изпълнител, не е смисъл, че си правиш консумация. Смисъл, примерно, дори като има изпълнител. И примерно питаш, нали, една масичка, така един штъркер на шоу, имаш 350 консумация. Той поръчваш се една бутилка и кемчета такова и ти правиш консумация. За сигурност и консумация, че не спиш. Много ректе.
International level, and as far as we know, it's supposed to be explaining and taking this event for the international borders. So we will have a session from an hour and 20 minutes, and probably we can what to do with this. I will speak from my words.
No, but it's okay.
Really?
Yes.
Because just they told us that we have to stop this thing also because we're of course talk about the international level things that are supposed to vote in Algeria. So yes, I'm not sure what Oh, да. This would
Yes. No. I mean, like, for everything. Why do you ask everybody?
Because we are not one Yes, and we are asking them because it's easier for example, for spending borders, and when the amendment is like this big, we can put it in a question, and usually they don't understand the spending borders really well, so they don't know
Сега виждат се целият екран.
Знам.
Ама в стрима вижда ли се?
Да.
А ги се преведе?
Добре.
And it's easier to see what we are voting for. But usually for documents and for other kind of stuff, we're using election online password. And it's easier there. But for this kind of small votings, let me say, we are suggesting to vote on this. And I think it's easier because if we have to put it in the election runner, and it's kind of...
Не знам ли казваш нещо, обаче пак не го чуваме. Стана. Получи се този път. Ами да, всичко е точно. Чуваш се да и залата. Аз ще мисля сега и пак се... Да пробваме да няма дискусия.
Да, знаеш ли какво? Когато ми задават, значи когато аз говоря, се мютвай, а когато ми задават въпроси, мютвай, и после като трябва да говоря, пак трябва да говоря, защото ще изкаря пак опитам вчера.
Да, имахме същата схема с Нели, така че...
Да.
Окей, добре. Към 20 сме ги извикали. Предполагам, че горе-долу такава.
We used paper that was printed into it and put it in a box. We had once when we changed the statement order, the selections, we also elected one name. It should end up 5 or 6, this ended up 9 half and half, and 9:30 in the night, because there were so many mistakes with this kind of code on paper. For example, somebody didn't write their names in the list, or somebody left the without this soda, and it's really exhausting. And then that also first we had a mistake on the papers, and we had to print it again, and then put it for everyone. And also back then, because of the changes, there were a lot of rules that before that were structured how they can, if they had a vote, they had a right vote. They were not official, they were not right, but they take their membership in, and they gave 120 applications, because some people, like Euro, that were established in the organization, just paid their membership fee and moved quorum really high. And during the vote, if you have, back then, if you have 120 people, you have at the national center should be at least 61, yes. And there were less people. There were less people, so we were like calling them to write a paper with what's called delegation vote. So there were like people with 2 votes, other people with 1 more vote. Yeah. It was super awful, and I hope I really like that we merged in this time. It's not so far. It's far when we just stay one. Because we usually take step
Check, guys. Let's start in the next 30 seconds, 1 minute if possible. We have a little bit more before the lunch break, but just a little bit.
Yeah. That's actually a very good idea.
Можем отправить это пиццу, когда на иконку. Много неща научим за бавни.
Видя долу камерата. Изглежда има различни да се покаже тук да.
Може ли да способ? Няма да още. Сега на лайв стрима ще спиш 5 минути. Добре, може да се върнеш.
Нет.
Може да се върнеш. Сега идва.
Паси пичалата. Не си смитнала на 10 страни също тук.
Да, се чуем. Да се пък познаеш.
Мария някъде ми изчезна.
Че се да.
Добре, питам. Не. Мария президентката, ето я на входа. Деси, още не сме започнали, ще ти кажа, ще дам сигнал, като се съберат.
Разбирам, обаче просто трябваше да се 20 да върнем малко по-сериозно.
Жълка? Нищо, тя иска да се оправи. Съм си исках някой да даде малко зор на хората. Кворум чек! Кворум чек!
На чист български. Дур.
Кворум чек! Жорка, може да затвориш устата, моля?
Те си декоративен.
Okay guys, we are going to continue with the agenda. We have one more topic which our national representative will showcase to you. These are the updates from the platform that now Desi is going to show you. She is going to show the updates before the General Assembly in Zagreb. Една секунда, Деси.
Чакай, бебе, чакай.
Ако може и лайвстрима.
For the guests, we will stop the live stream because we will discuss some internal things. So we will be back.
Без много съспенс.
Ако е без много съспенс, да ви кажа, че всичко е прието и да си ходим.
Просто не е едно по едно.
Добре, приемате ли документа за алумни и тяхното приемане към нас? 100% да. Приемате ли документа за TRIPS Policy Paper? Всички гласувахме с да. И приемате ли новия акшен план на националния борд за следващата година? Да. И сега да минем на специфичните предложения по промените в СОС и УС.
За мен не ме заредило и да по-драга да отворя.
Всичко сме приели. Благодаря ви. След обяд ще продължим две много интересни лекции, които... Добре, да сесии, в които така ще има една... Лично на мен много ще ми харесат. Очакваме да дойде един специален гост, който ако не дойде ще го набия. 5 гости ще дойдат. Така че ще става въпрос за Националния младежки форум и това, че не искаме да станем техен пълноправен член, но за това малко по-късно след обяд, така че свободни сте. 1:45 се чакаме.
Хората, които са по проекта, могат да останат тук за 20 минути.
А да се вземем
Проектите за местните диалози. Може?
Чакайте!
45 каза.
Колко време е? 45 минути. Плюс-минус.
becoming an full-right member as an international organization, so it makes sense for us to become a full-right member. Honestly, I really don't know why we used to be an associate member, if you know. And as we pointed out, otherwise there would be no further requirements or obligations from us as a full-right member to...
No, it's more about the vision for the membership.
As Mio pointed out, youth work and youth participation in Bulgaria is as low as it gets. So wherever there's a possibility for youth organizations to be a bit more active and be part of something bigger, it's always a pleasant. We should take this opportunity and really seize it. As you saw in the presentation, there are a lot of other organizations that are also members of the National Youth Forum. By becoming a full-right member and being presented with the opportunity to become part of the board of the National Youth Forum, we will also be able to engage with other youth organizations, engage in the youth work in Bulgaria in general, and really be part of something bigger, which I think our main idea as an organization really is. Miro has some.
Yeah, well, something. I envision your policy, it's going to be a little bit of a cliched answer, but I envision your policy as a tool to create space for young people to grow. And we, as all organizations, as organizations with a lot of experience, have to do exactly that. But to be completely honest, and as I said earlier, in Bulgaria, the youth sector is shrinking and was shrinking for the last couple of years. And I think we're obliged as all the organizations that have more experience, and we have the knowledge how to turn this process back up. And ESN is one of the organizations working on European, but also on the national level to create that space for young people and consolidating the sector and including you and other organizations more actively in that advocacy process that are going to start and continue in the next couple of months or years are quite significant for us, and we will be glad if you're on that ship, but it's up to you.
I remember the time when the decision to join the National Youth Forum was done. The decision was took by the General Assembly back in 2016. There was quite a big debate whether to be an associate member or a full member. Back then, the decision to be an associate member was more in favor, but I think that if we became a full member, the organization will be more involved with the activities of the National Youth Forum. And let's be honest, the National Youth Forum has quite a big impact on the youth policies, of course along with other organizations, including KISS in Bulgaria, but still, the National Youth Forum has a big impact on the things that are happening for youth in Bulgaria, and I really think that this creates a space for a bigger collaboration. So in general, I'm really in favor of the decision to join the National Youth Forum. And also think about it as the people that are going to represent Eastern Bulgaria on the General Assemblies and of course in other activities of the National Youth Forum. They are going to feel even more involved because they are going to have also the right to vote, but also they are going to have the possibility to present themselves, also to be members of the National Committee, the board, the member of the board, but also to have an impact with their decisions. So, in general, I really think that it's a good idea, and it's a step forward to bringing the cooperation and to strengthening the communication between our organizations.
Alright, so I'm really in favor of this. It sounds like what Masko said is a step forward. But something I'm really curious about what you said there is all positives, and the only con is would be the increase in membership fee. Right?
Yes.
And okay, and as you know, one of the issues we have as in Bulgaria and local section is funding.
Yes.
And stuff. So by working with the youth forum, changing from associate member to full-right member, I guess some things will change, but would there be a possibility or a future potential to offset that increase in funding? Increase in membership fee? Like, let's say our section, will we have potential chance to work with more partners and more associations that would give us grants? And to add to that, as you know, like at the base of what we do is help students, and it's really tricky and also it's very possible when institutions and universities work with us in a way, because most of the time they want us just to do free service. So by being fully connected to the youth forum, do you think our chances of getting that influence or reputation will be respected? We should know that investors at least fund us more and help us to work better.
Actually, free service is the main case of all organizations in Bulgaria, sadly, because we also have that kind of relationship with some of the authorities, which are, okay, we have that document right now, we need feedback, we need expert opinion, but you can do it for free now, and you can just draft it and give it to us. So that debate is quite long for funding of youth organizations in Bulgaria. It's a big problem, and it's also connected to the next point you have on the agenda, because we were talking with Maria back in the break. We have to push forward for changes as a sector, and we can lead that push, but without having organizations behind us, we cannot impact us. As I said, the impact of the youth forum comes from its membership, from its members behind, because without the members in the platform, we're just a bunch of cool people that understand the stuff, but still just a bunch of cool people. So we can push for that for sure, and we are currently actually advocating on the changes in the new two big national programs for youth projects governed by the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And also that you mentioned, Theo, we can also start talks with, we should start talks with business to support a little bit more youth organizations as a whole, not only the center of every organization, because that relationship is currently not so good. Some organizations have some partners, but it's quite dynamic, and in the last 2 years, COVID is kind of declined as well. So the quick answer is yes, but it's a long conversation, yeah.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't share a lot of things from the kitchen, but then maybe you do know that yes, in Bulgaria sometimes is really struggling with its projects, and especially writing down project applications and after that executing projects. I'm saying this as a person that has been on the position of the project coordinator for a 2-year mandate. And what I can see is that the National Youth Forum, during at least 3 years, they have quite a big know-how how to execute projects and how to develop an idea into a project. And this is really a reality. We can see the results from the yesterday's hackathon, which is a 5 days event, right?
3 days, but
3 days. So they have quite a big know-how, even though if they can't influence youth organizations to get support, to get financial support. Definitely they can share know-how how to execute and develop projects.
Okay, someone from the back.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. So I have 2 questions. First, you mentioned that there is now an international organization in Bulgaria which are members of the National Youth Forum, and if you can mention which are there. And then the second, when it comes to sending the application, you said it's like a really easy process. Then my question is, do you guys have, let's say, a filter of accepting organization? Because if it's a really easy way to apply, then maybe not all the organizations which are applying or which are members are you in the right place to be?
So I'm going to start from the second question. I'm saying that the process is easy because it's not administratively heavy, but after that you go through assessment on the criteria for national, for whatever the type of organization you're applying for. And after that, actually, also the General Assembly has to approve the change in status or the application if you're a new organization candidate for membership in the youth forum. So it's not that easy, but it's not hard as you need to bring a bunch of documents and etc. It's not administratively hard. And the second question, the first question was which national organizations are currently in the youth forum, right? International. So we have the AG, we have ISEC, we have ESN, we have the international awards, Duke of Edinburgh's award, and which one am I missing? Maybe if we can bring the picture with the name also. I'm surely missing someone. Yeah, the UN Youth Association of Bulgaria also. No, we don't have JCI. We were in talks with them back in this, and also we're currently speaking with Jeff. But yeah, who am I missing? And also some of our members, as the Association of Medical Students in Bulgaria, are part of a bigger European there. I think it's IFMSA, if I'm pronouncing it right, the big European organization of students in medicine, and also the Scouts. I forgot the Scouts that are actually quite active here in Brussels. So, but yeah, I think maybe 7 or 8 are the international currently now.
If I may also add to the application process, it's quite easy. From our side, it would be vote during, if we get this right, and if we all agree that this would be a great idea, we do another presentation during our National Assembly in July. Then we vote during the National Assembly in July. The President gathers all the documents necessary, which is literally 5 things. It's not a registry agency application, so it's quite easy. And then we send these documents to the National Youth Forum, and during their General Assembly in December, we present ourselves in front of all the other organizations, and then their General Assembly votes if they accept us to become right members that have to associate. Basically, it's quite easy. Other questions?
What would be the soonest date that we could join? December or January?
Well,
if everything goes well.
Yeah, as I heard, you're going to probably take a decision in
July. So after that, for now, the next General Assembly is planned for probably November, December. Maybe earlier, but it depends on the context. We do it twice a year, in June and December most of the times. But last year we had the extraordinary assembly in October, beginning of October, so it's possible.
Other questions? Do you have any worries? The new members, do you have any questions about the general activities of the National Youth Forum? Would you like to learn more what the opportunities are? Like, any questions? No? But maybe then our international guests would like to share if there is a collaboration between youth forums and those.
Hi, I'm from Romania. We don't have any membership to a national youth organization, but we are in discussions also. And one of the worries that I personally raised up in our assemblies, and I would like to raise for you also, is the decisions that ESN would have to vote on in the General Assembly of the National Youth Forum. How would they go? Like, for example, already in ESN, we have a lot of decisions to take, a lot of votes, a lot of information that we need to be aware of, and especially for smaller sections, it's already a lot, and it's already difficult to do that. So if we would have another organization that we would have to get informed on and vote for and so on, how would that go by? So it's just like a raised thought.
We we have had like ideas and discussions about having a person like a liaison officer for the National Youth Forum. This has only been a discussion, so this would be the person only responsible for the communication with the National Youth Forum and informing all of our members who would be interested and who would like to know more about what we're voting on during their general assemblies. Otherwise, that would be the president, the person responsible who informs the people. And as they mentioned, they have 2 general assemblies, so 2 times a year we would gather, maybe in an online consultation, and just talk about what they're going to discuss, and then get informed vote from the whole NL national organization, and then share this vote during their general assembly. Mira, would you like to add something?
Yeah, maybe something that we're starting to implement right now. We're doing a bunch of mechanisms to more actively cooperate with our member organizations. Since one thing that we started in the beginning of 2022 is coordination meetings we're doing with member organizations every 2 or 3 months. We're doing them for 1 or 2 hours online to be accessible for organizations that are not based in Sofia as well. And we're discussing the ongoing issues the Youth Forum is doing currently projects. Also, if you have any concerns as member organizations, you can raise them on the coordination meetings and have a place for debate. Because the main point of the Youth Forum and the Youth Councils are to create space for debate and sharing of good practices. And to be instrument in the hands of the youth organizations, once again.
Apologies if I missed out. It's probably we spoke about opportunities, but also about obligations. If you can share what's expected from ESN, if you covered that already in an online forum, that's alright. But if you can just share what's expected, what's going to change for us, probably that will influence as well the perception of the new marriage between our ESN and National Assembly and the Youth Forum.
So yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but most likely the basic obligations are connected with membership fee, first of all, and if it's up to your activity in the Youth Forum, it's up to you. As associate member, as full member, you decide how to be involved. The basic obligations in every membership organization is to participate in the statutory meetings, the general assemblies, which are twice a year. And if you decide to nominate someone for the board and etc. and for working groups, that extends the obligations, but it's nothing quite hard. It's more of an opportunity for you.
And not that much of a difference. Anyone else? Great.
Can I say something?
Of course you can.
As a subject, as a comment. So, I'm also from ESN Romania. I was the former president of ESN Romania. We started, like Daria said, discussions with the youth organization, not the National Youth Forum, because the one in Romania is not so active, unfortunately. We wanted to, but they didn't really pick up. But, just for everybody to kind of think about it, from our point of view, in Romania, we couldn't find anything wrong in working with them. There was no fear, no threat, no nothing. You gain access to a pool of resources that you don't have, but at the same time, they get access to our pool of resources, which they don't have, so it's an exchange of opportunities. I'm not going to discuss membership fees because it's different in every organization, but the thing is, so, even if the cooperation doesn't pan out, even if you don't like what you're doing together in a couple of years, with Rockme, it's voluntary, right? So we just say, okay, thank you, we collaborated for 2 years, it didn't work anymore, shaking hands and move on. But what they do is great work. So what ESN does is great work. So I think you should really consider it. I love procedures, I love things written down. So I was just reading through their statutes, and I really couldn't find anything that I could, be concerned about and say like, oh, what about this? Just from a person who read a lot of documentation.
Maybe I can add something. Yeah.
So maybe that's something that is concerning some of the organizations and most likely businesses that we're working on. In most of the countries in Europe and most of the members of the European Youth Forum and the Youth Councils I'm talking about, youth wings of the political parties are also members, and this is a feedback that sometimes we're getting, and I have to be completely honest with you. We currently have 3 youth wings participating in as full members in the forum, and we're trying to also start a dialogue with all the youth wings existing in Bulgaria, because it's important to also have them on the table when discussing. But some organizations are concerned because of the participation of youth political parties and political parties overall. And to be completely honest, I have to stress this out. But something as positive impact from the membership of ESN in the couple of last years. Although that youth dialogue, I'm sure that you know the process. Maybe the 3 or 4 last European Youth Conferences, every time we've had delegates from ESN, and just to stress out, one of the best delegates we've had in the couple of last months. So yeah, applause for that one. And thank you for the cooperation.
Thank you very much, guys. I would have to end the first panel on this discussion, but I think it was very fruitful. Thank you also, Miro. Thank you, ESN Romania. I don't know if you're going to stay for the second part.
Yeah, we're going to stay.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And now, also thank you to ESN Romania for sharing experience and for immediately policing them out. Awesome job. So, yeah, Maria, you can continue.
Thank you. Okay, so this next session is in Bulgarian. I'm sorry, guys. It's about becoming an NGO and public-private benefit instead of private, because we have been discussing it for a while. It's about legislation, so it would be very difficult to have it in English. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll discuss it in English later. We'll see. Yeah.
Can you quick summarize only
Yes.
one sentence for the
in
guests
general,
what is now?
I can start the motivation part of the motivation. Yes. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so basically, when our mandate started in August, we started discussing the several opportunities of applying for projects and activities, of gathering extra funds and becoming more active. And during that time, and for all the months that came after that, we, as the National Board and Support, figured that it actually is very difficult for an NGO and private benefit to apply for funds, to be funded by the government, and to really apply for different projects and use these opportunities that the government provides us with, because we are in private benefit. What the general issue of the government is that makes them not share their funds with NGOs in private benefit is that if by any chance the NGO in private benefit falls apart, then all the intelligence and all the information and all the resources that they gather throughout the years would be shared with a private person, not with the public, not with the government. This is the big issue. So, because of that, our National Board and Support decided that it would be very beneficial for us to become an NGO in public benefit. You can go to the next slide. Okay, this is just a summary of the Zoom, that there are 3 types of NGOs. The first one is an NGO in private benefit, which is us right now. The second one is an NGO in public benefit, which would probably be us this year. We'll see. And the third one is a foundation. It's not something that concerns us, just as general information for everyone. Next slide. Okay, this is also informative. My idea with this presentation was to show you the basics of how to register an NGO, what comes into account when re-registering changes in an NGO, and what would be different in an NGO that is for private benefit versus public benefit. This is when registering. The main difference is this doesn't really concern us, just as general information. When registering an NGO in private benefit, you need 3 physical bodies or 3 юридически лица, and when registering an NGO in public benefit, you need 7 physical bodies or 3 legal entities? I don't know, sure, I guess that's it. No. Okay. In this slide, I have pointed out the thing that most concerns us. What finances an NGO? In general, as you can see, we can be financed by our very own funds that are given by the people. Като цяло тук съм показала в този слайд разликите, които са в това НПО-то в частна срещу публична полза. Основно това, което съм ви показала е, че може да се финансираме от средства, които са от организацията, членски внос и така нататък. Основната разлика между частна и обществена полза е, че НПО-тата в обществена полза могат да се финансират от различни държавни фондове и финансирания, които се предлагат под формата на проекти, под формата на различни помощи. Тоест има много повече източници на ресурс за НПО-та, които са в обществена полза. Което ни мотивира всъщност да води тази дискусия. Следващ слайд. Да, тук. Тук, както знаем, нали, всяко НПО си има някакъв управителен съвет, някакво управително тяло, което да регулира дейността му. Това, което се казва в тази част от силница е, че всъщност и двете, и частни и публична полза се управляват от има управителен съвет, има общото събрание. Основната разлика е, че има малко повече отчетност, когато НПО-то е в обществена полза, защото трябва държавата следи това, което се случва в НПО-то и си има, когато се регистрираме в регистрите и предаваме допълнителни документи, има повече следене за това какво правим, къде отива средствата, които евентуално бихме получили като НПО в публична, в обществена полза. Да, това е в общи линии как се взимат решенията. Отново разликата не е толкова голяма, просто има повече отчетност, когато си в НПО в обществена полза, защото се следи от държавата какво се случва, къде отиват тези финансови средства, които се получават. Просто ви показвам, че може и следващия слайд. Това, което се вижда като цяло, когато се сравняват НПО-та в частна и обществена полза по силност е, че основно има една идея повече следене. Тук не мисля да навлизаме в това, имаме повече данъчни облегчения. Ние реално, както говорихме вчера, стремим се да имаме баланс, който е на нула, за да можем да плащаме данъци. В случай, че плащаме за НПО-та обществена полза е они са данъка, също ако получаваме дарения, да не се облагат от данъка, като сме в обществена полза. Тия дарения, които ги получаваме. Следващ слайд, благодаря. Тук като цяло съм показала, че всъщност според ЗЮНЦ имаме отношения към държавата. Ние държим да се отчитаме под формата на различни документи, които регистрираме 2 пъти годишно и също така имаме и правни отношения с държавата, и финансови фискални отношения с държавата, които са всъщност тези помощи, които можем да получаваме, като НПО в обществена полза. Като 2018 година всъщност е доведено това да има възможността да се възползваме от тези допълнителни помощи, като НПО в обществена полза, за допълнителна стимулация на организациите, които са регистрирани като такива. Така, и сега. На практика, това, което ще се промени, когато сме НПО в обществена полза, спрямо това, което е било до сега, е, че човек, който отговаря за внасянето на документите в агенцията по вписванията, президента, ще трябва, освен това, което внасяме до сега под формата на различни счетоводни документи, годишен финансов отчет, декларация за това какво се е променило в управителния съвет и в устава ни, да се внася един допълнителен годишен отчет, доклад за дейността ни, който също се преглежда, като това би било допълнителна работа за този човек, но ако се замислим от обективна гледна точка, това е една чудесна възможност да прегледаме какво сме свършили в рамките на годината и да имаме този отчет, който след това да използваме пред различни заинтересовани страни, институционални партньори, комерциални партньори, да кажем, вижте какво сме свършили, отчели сме тази дейност, свършена наистина много, можем да бъдем ваши партньори и така нататък, което ще помогне до следващата ни дейност, т.е. една отчетност, да, но в наша полза, в крайна сметка. Да, следващия слайд. Просто е малко по-подробно обяснено това, което ви казвам с 2 думи. Давай следващия слайд. Тук съм видяла това, което е отново по въпросния закон. Да, извинявай.
Само питам дали е нужна презентацията и да ползвате смяната или по-скоро детайлно развитие. Тъй като в началото започна с ползите да промени института, а повечето време говорим за детайлите, които не знам. Да, въпросът е, че ми се иска да говориш повече за възможностите, които има да се променим, а не чисто за детайлите, които са имали. Такава част заложена на презентацията. Ами, защото нали, цялата причина е, съжалявам, че е дискусия. Просто ще бъде да се обясни на аудиторията повече възможности ще имаме, а не самите детайли на проблема.
Да, освен ползите, добре да се мисли нещата, които не са толкова ползови, защото са... Цяла идеята на тази презентация беше да ви покажем ползите в началото. Това, което ни мотивира, са ползите на свръхобществена полза. Повече финансирания, може да кандидатстваме по различни проекти, много проектни предложения, като цяло са отворени само за НПО в обществена полза, което нас не ограничава. Министерството на младежта и спорта сега отваря Европейската година на младежта и така нататък, отваря различни възможности за кандидатстване. Те отново са отворени само в обществена полза, която могат да кандидатстват, т.е. поредната възможност, която е затворена за нас. И това е мотивацията ни, това са възможностите. Много повече финансиране, винаги си чудим как да вкарваме допълнително пари. Много повече партньори. Урязани сме като НПО в частна полза и всъщност идеята на презентацията беше това е мотивацията ни. Просто допълнително средство, допълнително възможности, просто идва с едни допълнителни ангажименти, допълнителни задължения. Идеята на презентацията е да ви покажа какви са тези задължения. Общи линии. Да. Повече административна част е реално. Имам накрая с две думи вписано. Можем следващия слайд. Тук идеята ми е, че покриваме изискванията на сменето в обществена полза, така че ще бъде наистина въпрос на една досадна администрация. Нещо друго, което е хубаво да го знаем, просто да имаме предвид. НПО в обществена полза, веднъж преминало от частна в обществена, не може да се върне обратно в частна, т.е. това е финално. Ако решим пак да сме в частна, трябва да се преустановим наново, така че мисля добре да вземем решението веднъж за винаги, но отново за нас като борд това предложение идва, защото наистина мислим, че има само положителни страни, като цяло за НПО-то ни. Да, буквално това е изхода. Малко повече администрация, много повече възможности. И после ми е картичка. Да. По същия начин, по който представяхме евентуалното ни членство в НМФ, как би се случвала промяната, тук съм видяла с 3 думи какво би трябвало да направим. Първо ще се съберем, ще обсъдим на следващото ни общо събрание юли месец много плюсове и минуси на това да сме не в обществена полза. Тази връзка много бих се радвала сега всеки, който има някакви притеснения да ти каже. Аз не съм юрист, аз съм психолог. Кажете какво ви притеснява, за да го обсъдим, да се подготвим повече и да сме сигурни, че взимаме едно информирано решение от името на цялото ни НПО за това какви са плюсовете и минусите. Взимаме това решение, след това подаваме документите, няколко допълнителни декларации са, и след това вече сме официално регистрирани като НПО в обществена полза и да се хай издаливането. Отваряме дискусията, ще се радвам да се чуем. Това беше.
Аз също нямам точно определен въпрос, по-скоро имам коментар по темата. Ако се замислите на практика, не е в частна полза, в никакъв случай не може да говорим за ESN и не е в частна полза. Това са антиподи, които са взаимно изключващи се. Защото организацията прави толкова много неща и в никакъв случай не е и само за членовете си, тъй като на практика ние подпомагаме разни студенти, подпомагаме младежта в България, толкова много неща правим и в един момент, дори само когато отидеш пред някой партньор и кажеш, ние сме не по-частна полза, малко странно звучи. В крайна сметка не сме асоциация на ресторантьорите в България, където всъщност те там лобират за техните интереси, нищо против тях. Но някакси звучи абсурдно. И това е нещо, което в мое време така се опитах да променя, макар че тогава нагласите на някои умите бяха по-консервативни. в крайна сметка това, както и Мария каза, дава възможности за повече финансиране, защото при много голяма част от грантовете изискване, тъй като все пак се използва публичен ресурс, организацията, която получава този грант или която може да подаде заявление, трябва да бъде в обществена полза, няма как да участва. Да, последния път, също Мишо може да сподели, той кандидатства към TELUS, обществения борд на TELUS International, когато аз кандидатствах 2019 година, все още нямаше такова изискване, въведаха го хората и нас ни дисквалифицираха по този параграф. Иначе проектът беше разписан, ама страхотно.
Коментар. Един коментар, че ние още тогава забелязахме това нещо, но решихме, че ще пробваме дори да се сверим часовника каква обратна връзка ще получим, дали проектът ни е достатъчно качествен и това, което предлагаме да направим и в техен интерес. И това беше първа точка. Вие не отговаряте юридически на това какви организации могат да спечелят това финансиране. И затова е толкова ограничено и затова ние сме съсредоточили повече проекти да са насочени към вътрешната кауза на ЕСН, а не да развиваме външно.
Здравейте и от мен. Включвам се като заемащ длъжността проектен координатор. Мога да кажа няколко думи. Първо ще добавя нещо към това, което каза Наско. Опитвали сме вече да кандидатстваме, както казахме, към проекти, които изискват да сме в обществена полза. Факта, че ние всичко, което правим в обществена полза, няма абсолютно никакво значение, при положение, че в нашия устав е записано само един ред от стотици редове устав, че ние сме учредени в частна полза. И това е тази дума частна, не обществена, е това, което спира нас да получим това финансиране. Сега, не е всичко, не се върти всичко около това, че ние само искаме пари и че като се променим някой ден в обществена полза, дали лятото или някога или никога, но когато се променим, не значи, че ще започнем и ще кандидатстваме по всички проекти, които съществуват, но със сигурност ще имаме много по-голям диапазон, от който да избираме проекти, които са смислени и за нашата организация, и за обществото. Така ще станем още по-видими, защото ние имаме каузи, за които се борим, знаете, не сме ги споменавали, не сме ги имаме и можем много да направим по тях, да си намерим още повече партньори и съответно организацията ни да тръгне нагоре. Това съчетано и с членство в Националния младежки фонд, мисля, че ще бъде една засилка. Сега ще споделя и малък скептицизъм, че веднага като се промени устава, нещата няма да скочат, но общо взето плавно ще тръгнем според мен нагоре.
Просто да имаме повече възможности, повече поле за развитие. Вече е изцяло до нас какво ще се възползваме, но това е една стъпка и това би било друга стъпка, просто за да растем и да видим какво можем да се възползваме. Някой друг?
Аз съм съгласна с всичко, което вече изразихте. Има явно доста по-звучито към кандидатстване за проекти най-вече. Това, което малко повече ме притеснява от другата гледна точка е допълнителните изисквания и документи, които трябва да внасяме, тъй като те може би няма да са толкова много над това, което вече правим, но дори сега често се случва да имаме проблеми с преписването, дори тази година на няколко пъти трябваше да подаваме. Тоест ние като доброволци обикновено не сме толкова експертни в тази област, когато трябва да се подават документи към агенцията. И в този ред на мисли, ако има такива допълнителни неща, които да се подават, смятате, че ще имаме достатъчен капацитет, чисто като доброволци, които не са експерти в тази област, или мислили сте за по някакъв начин, къде можем да получим помощ от друга организация?
Да, точно в... Чувам ли се? Добре. Точно в този смисъл всъщност разговаряхме за това двете теми за партньорство на СНМФ и партньорство и превръщането ни в някаква обществена полза с една от друга. Всъщност самия национален младежки форум имат най-различни организации, които в момента преминават активно от частна обществена полза, други го обмислят. И в момента доста организации са в този процес и всъщност това ни партньорство с тях, независимо от каква форма членството, ще ни помогне просто да получим от първо лице съвети. Дори да коментираме възможността евентуално да се създаде или някой експерт, който да подпомага тази дейност за тези допълнителни годишни отчети, които са единственото, което се променя реално като допълнителен документ, или да се работи заедно в някакви групи, за да може това да се подпомага. Тоест, мислене в тази посока също, наистина е доста неприятно предаването на документите, но имаме и външната помощ да го правим и отделно, че опита вече с натрупването би трябвало да ни помага. Искате ли? Не знам. Да преминем в английски, за да станете дискусионни. Okay, I guess we can switch back to English, and if there are some issues with the language barrier, we can continue in Bulgarian. Maybe our guest from the National Reform would like to share something on this in this regard.
Just some quick remarks I would like to. Is it working? Okay, so just a quick remark I would like to make, aside from getting access to funds, because that's the main thing that is a benefit if you go to in public. I don't know how it's actually the legal term, but yeah, you are public, you are not public entity, you're a legal entity, but in public favor, for example, in benefit. Yeah. Also, you can apply to be part in a lot of consultative bodies and mechanisms to public authorities that are working in the fields that you're working. For example, consultative bodies in the youth ministry or the educational ministry, etc. The national parliament has consultative bodies, and right now the Commission for Participation of Citizen Organizations had a big call for organizations to join their public council, and that was one of the main restrictions. You have to be public benefit to apply. So this is also something you can use. And just from the perspective of the youth forum and some of our organizations, we were talking about this because we also have a lot of organizations that are in a private benefit right now, and we're discussing with them. The process that you go when preparing that report at the end of the year, and also when you're reporting your activities to the agency, but also to your members, because you have to distribute the report to the General Assembly, it's quite fruitful and quite good for you to reflect on yourself, and also you can use that document to pitch your activities to, for example, partners and businesses after that. And you can also assess if some of the things that you're doing are not beneficial to the goal of the organization. So that can also be turned into benefit, aside from the fact that it's a little bit more administrative work. So I think you can also reflect on that one.
Do you want to do a comment or something?
Yeah, go.
I just wanted to highlight something that's not of the biggest importance. Thank you. That's not of the greatest importance to this discussion, but it may bring some calmness. Is that if there is another crisis or pandemic or whatever, if we don't send this report and this the financial and the activity report, there won't be any fatal consequences for our organization. The problem is if we don't send these reports for 2 consecutive years. So I think this is, I don't know, a point that we can also mention, and do not stress that if we don't send something on time, our organization is finished.
It's true.
Yeah, one more comment. I'm not completely sure about that. I think we should check it, but I think once we go in public benefit, we cannot go back after that to private, meaning that we have really to think about it really twice and then decide.
I have a comment. Yeah, I I also think that it's good that you raised the discussion, and it's not an easy one, since if you take a step, you cannot take a step back. So I'm glad that we are having this discussion and we can like continue, because some members which are just hearing this now, I think they can also like get more interested and see what's going to happen now, how this is going to help us more or not help us or something. So it's a good way to like finish our assembly with such a discussion. So I'm really glad that we're doing it. Just a second, Justin.
Okay, as far as I know, there is also external audit connected to switching. Yeah, a little bit more on that, because from the point of view of your internal audit commission, it's a big silence.
When you sign up, basically all the documents related to financial transactions and operations, they go through our accountant. So it's not something that we do personally. We use an accountant as we saw in the budget. There is
only financial audit though?
There is also audit for like the government bodies that follow. Който следи с тази дейност, агенцията по вписването, когато вкарваме нещата в търговски регистър, те проверят просто много повече на неговото обществено полза. Това е което пише в СМС. Просто следят една идея повече. Поправете ме, ако греша, но няма нещо изрично.
Да, аз мога да добавя, няма изрично изискване да се прави одит ежегодно.
Да.
И по същия начин, по който и в частна полза имате задължение, че в закон за счетоводството да поддържате определен стандарт счетоводен. Да, качват се изискването, тъй като гъволците трябва да са оповестени публично. Това е нещо, което с пререгистрацията на юридическите лица с нестопанска цел към агенцията по вписванията в 2018 с новия закон за юридическите лица се промени, преди отчетите не бяха публично, понеже бяха на Министерството на правосъдието и се подаваха към тях. Сега те така или иначе в частност в обществена полза, вие ги качвате в агенцията и те излизат. Това изискване за одит, това, което Мария също каза, спорно е доколко агенцията по вписванията се задълбочава, тъй като там вече зависи от типа организация и доколко човек, с който работи в агенцията, абсолютно директно ви го казвам, има опит с работа на документи на неправителствени организации на юридически лица с нестопанска цел, тъй като там се стигнат да обработват търговски дружества и според това е от време на време се случват и ситуации като това, която беше сега последната година с вписванията, тъй като хората просто не знаят как да прочнат бордове, контролни комисии, общи събрания и целият този бонч от механизми, които ние имаме, не са стандартни за търговските дружества.
Ще ви правя цялата презентация, ако искате после към НПО-то, тъй като в нея има конкретно взимам кои са нещата, които се променят. Много общо, няма нищо конкретно, което са посочили като конкретно. Единственото е, че просто трябва да се подаваме декларации за приходи, разходи и неща, които така иначе го правим. Но не го правим лично, ако ще ходите. Да.
Добре, като цяло и аз, като да нас казва от начало, малко не разбирам, правейки толкова неща в обществена полза, защо сме частна. И всъщност тук бих искал да питам, може би, Алберт, как беше за това решение години назад да сме в частна полза? Не, предполагам, човек с най-много опит, тук може би знае малко от кухнята преди. Или нас, окей, някой от вас. And Alex, maybe you can share in our SIP region how are the other countries registered, like in a public favor or private.
So, other countries don't have this difference. Like the legislation is completely different in the other countries. In Romania, we don't have this public-private. In Serbia, they don't have it. The other ones, Armenia is public, Georgia is public, so I think most of them are public. Turkey doesn't have one yet, so most of them are public. Because there is no differentiation, that's why.
You stick to your point. So I think you switched the names, but my point was if you're taking that decision it should be really carefully planned with benefits, risks, and everything outlined. Especially if there is no step back, it should be careful because it's not changing, a document and making an amendment to the document. It's also planning ahead for years from now. So it will be just good until that decision is made, all of the sections, because people change, right? Whoever votes, the next people will come in six months. So it should be a really long-term, weighted, planned decision with clear benefits outlined, pros and cons and everything. And to the point why the decision was made, Nasko?
Сега, по принцип, организацията е установена 2008 година, аз се присъединявам на 5 марта 2014 година, така че не мога да кажа със сигурност защо точно. Но това, което съм чувал от по-стари членове, е, че всъщност е било много по-лесно да се регистрира самото НПО, тъй като Закон за юридическите лица с нестопанска цел е първото му приемане на началото на 2000 година. През това време за 22 години почти много промени е претърпял, както нашия устав, да речем. Така че със сигурност е било за по-лесно създаване. Знаеш, че в началото на организацията не е била с толкова дейности, фокусът е бил малко по-различен. Членовете и списъчния състав на организацията е бил доста по-малоброен, така че много по-малко е разъм студенти, както добави Ивана. Така че със сигурност е било за тяхно улеснение, но аз мисля, че е време вече толкова години да се премахне.
I would like to ask a question to our Romanian guests. What kind of documents do you give to the state in your countries if you don't have like a separation between private and for benefit and for private?
We just registered it on Thursday. I cannot tell you. We're not fully informed, so I don't want to say it.
Okay, thank you. Guys? Someone else? Maybe someone else wants to add something?
Do you have any concerns about that?
Yes.
Yes, I mean, of course, change is always scary and different. It's normal. That's the good thing. If everyone was like, yes, let's go, I would have been like, oh, what is this? Is there some kind of bribery? So I'm glad that there is like a lot of things to discuss, so we can come to an agreement. Mission?
Thank you. Thank you. So what I want to add, maybe Maria wanted to add it as well, I don't know. But we'll start discussing. If you have any ideas or concerns, you could reach us out on our email, and we'll start discussions, and maybe we'll have some more voting at some point, maybe during the next national platform. So don't hesitate to contact us ever. Just write us. We'll maybe have a working group or something. So we'll have a debate, a discussion, and we'll have a really clear report for the next platform.
As a conclusion, because are there any more questions and comments? Just really think about it. To us, it makes sense. There are some cons, administrative cons, but mostly there are pros, and we will really be able to use all the opportunities that there are. So think about it as like your personal view. Talk to us. We can have a discussion for this later. And then we can possibly vote it during our next NA. But this has been planned for a while. This is the idea of the board. Hopefully you share our vision. We can discuss it further. And thank you for really engaging in the conversation. I think it was quite good.
Okay guys, and now comes the final and favorite part. We're closing it. Bye. No, I'm kidding. I hope you liked the last discussion. The members of the chairing team put this at the end after all the voting was done and all of this, so we don't associate this with the vote immediately. I mean, since it was just a discussion, we wanted you to leave here with the idea that, okay, this is a discussion, we need to have some kind of opinion on this, or to at least trying to inform yourself if this is going to be good for us or not, so we can take an informed decision as an organization in general. So before we close, I would like to invite the OC to the stage. But the whole OC, I don't want one person. I want them to see you, to clap for you, to say, guys, come on.
Всички ще говорите.
Ще говорите. Yeah, on Burzo. We're thankful that you are here with us. We hope that you got a great time and it was pleasurable, maybe and joyful. Did you like the city? Yeah. Okay. Did you like the university? Okay. And finally, did you like the last night's social program, the Chinese bar and maybe the restaurant? Okay, so I think we did something great with you because it's not only with us, you know? It's not only us. We couldn't make it without you all guys. So thank you too.
Yeah, I just want to thank you one last time for your participation, for everything, for helping us, having this great time together, and of course having this platform in Tuesday, finally. And we were really happy to do all of this together. And yeah, I appreciate all of you and all the time we had.
Okay guys, before we continue, I want to close it in a different way. I don't want to have any more clapping for the presenters or for the OC or for us. You clapped enough. Now it's time for you to give feedback.
Не feedback, appreciation round.
No, I want to hear what I did bad.
Appreciation round.
Okay, you give me the feedback on private, please.
Okay guys, the idea of appreciation round is for you to share how you feel, how do you enjoy it, like in a positive way. We accept feedback after the National Assembly in emails, not now. So, we would really like to hear you, and especially the guests, how you do you like it, and do you want to say something to the city or OC, so I'm giving the mic.
And I will start because I feel like I was the guest in Ruse. Thank you, it was absolutely great. You did a great job. I can only imagine how much work you put into it. You were very accommodating during the whole time. I don't know why Teju is sitting there behind the thing. No, but come. We want to take you. Okay, so you did great. Everything was awesome. And thank you for being there at all times and providing us with the Friday program as well. The only bad thing I can say is about the weather right now, but I believe we will not have any participation in that. So thank you guys, you did great.
Okay, someone else?
Къде е вегетарианството?
We enjoyed it very much. Personally, I really like the Vienna Hall, and especially the idea of Mr. and Mrs. ES in Bulgaria. I think we are going to copy that for ES in Austria. So thanks for the inspiration.
I also want to say thanks, and I agree with everything that Sophie said. And I also want to say thank you for making us feel part of the group. We felt like super integrated all the time, so that was actually amazing. And it was really great to see like how you do it in other places. So it was really, really a great experience, and we will come back again. And we wish to see all of you at ORA if it's possible. So that would be great. Thanks.
Well, it was my first assembly to attend, and I enjoyed it. And 44 is a nice number, so I'm pretty thankful that I got to attend this assembly. The whole organization was great, and thank you to the OCs for the whole work they did, especially for the organization of the Chinese Bowl and to all the food that we get to eat here also. And thank you for everything.
Giving the mic to Denise, I would like to say as Vice President that I'm very happy to see those people who were motivated to meet us in their city. And I think we forgot to mention that these are two sections, one from Sofia and one from Ruse, and this is another example of good collaboration between different sections, especially sections that are not at the same city. So thank you guys for all of your work and the way you work together. And also thank you to the whole city, also Nelly, who is not here today and at this National Assembly, but you did a great job, and it's not easy to stay there. I am totally fully sure that you probably are not seeing so many things that are hidden as things that we're worried, but we hope that the way the OC in the city works, it's not looks easy and without any problems, but this means that they did a great job. And I'm giving the mic to. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so thank you guys for your efforts. It was really amazing, especially the coffee breaks, the gala night as well. And I decided to spend, like after the end of the gala, I decided to join the club and don't spend time with my family, but decided to spend time with my second family. And Russia is my home, and you made me feel like it's my real home, so thank you very much.
Alright, so for those of you that know me, like I like to be chill and have fun and stuff, and I know you guys are relatively new. And when it comes to planning stuff and also being in the city and everything, you guys said, like there are a lot of things that anxiety and concerns if things are going to work out and everything. So I just have one question to ask you guys. Did you have fun? I want to hear you say, did you have fun?
Probably.
Actually, can I answer your question like really quick? Actually, we had a really great time collaborating together because, as our VP said, it was like the first time we were together, and just two sections from different cities. It was kind of hard in the beginning, but actually everything worked out really great. And we are thankful to all of the people who are not on the OC, also the city, and the other people who were contributing to all of this. We're going to like organizing the whole thing. So yeah, this whole process was kind of hard, but really nice.
Awesome.
And we definitely got closer during these 4 days, actually.
Good to hear.
While I'm going to Daria, I also want to thank all the participants to this General Assembly because, guys, it's yeah, the claps are also for you that participated because a lot of you are new, and I think most of the people there, it's first National Assembly, and I'm really happy that you're still smiling and not sleeping during these 2 days. So thank you very much, and I hope you stay really active at the next National Assemblies, maybe as OC or city.
Hi guys, I want to say a big thank you from me and I'm sure from my Romanian colleagues also. Personally, I kind of felt like I was visiting some relatives because we are so similar in terms of culture and we get along so easily even though we just met with many of you, and it felt amazing to re-meet so many of you that we saw either in Bucharest or in Sofia. And yes, I for sure will be coming to more NAs in the future. I don't know if the next one or maybe 2 more. And I also feel like we really have this connection of buddy countries, buddy NOs that I hope, wink wink, next mandate we will be able to really make it more fruitful. And yeah, for the people that are thinking of applying for NB, please give me a call. And thank you very much, guys. It was very nice, and I really love this room. It's, I don't know, it's very cozy. And yeah, I know she wants to speak also. Thank you.
Miss Bulgaria!
Again. Thank you for receiving us. Thank you for my prize. Obviously. I know I worked a lot for it. I want to encourage you to participate even more in your national assemblies, to have more fight, and to invite you to our national assemblies. To learn how to fight. Yeah, for your rights. And yeah, see you in our next to our next NA.
Hi guys, I want to congratulate you for organizing this awesome NA. It's been a long time since I've been in this area again. I had a lot of fun, a lot of last night memories with this guy over here. Don't worry, I'm gonna send you the report. It was amazing. Hope to see you soon again, and hope you're gonna attend not only your NAs but other country NAs, because you're gonna learn a lot and you're gonna make a lot of friends. Congrats.
Okay, first of all, City, thank you guys. Everything was so smooth and really on time. That's really nice. And the OC. Like a very long story, make it short. I remember, I think a month ago or even more, just having a chat with Adil about this, and she was like, okay, let's do it. And then calling Angel, and first question, will we have like the university, plenaries? Of course, yes, then let's do it. And then I unite them both, and then they made this amazing OC. Thank you guys for being Sorry for being strong time to time, but in the end, the result is really beautiful. You did a great job. You're amazing, and I hope that being part of the OC now showed you how ESM work and actually what we are doing even more. And for the next OC team, you will be an example. So thank you again, and thank you for the fun that we had those 4 days together.
I also want to thank to everyone, so like to all the organizers, all the people that participated, and I wanted to put an emphasis on the way that you presented all of the information, because as a new member I was a little bit anxious. I was expecting not to understand like anything, just like 10% of the information, but in the end I ended up understanding maybe 85, let's say, 87. So I feel really like motivated to attend the next National Assembly, and thanks for everything.
I think we don't have any.
Why do you forget me? I want to say that usually, you know, guys, general assemblies and national assemblies and like gatherings, especially when there is voting and stuff involved, they go out with like harsh discussions, like strict, you know, everyone is like, how to say it, not so much smiling, but like more or less on the side of things. But I want, like how this NA was, everyone was smiling more or less during the whole time. I enjoyed every one of you, and especially the international guests. I think it's quite good. We have to try to invite more international guests from now on, because it brings like a huge diversity, and it's like also pretty good for us to do this in English and to have the ability to learn from all the people that come. And I'm trying to say things because yesterday we were like very early, today we are very early. I'm not sure if this is an ANA or something else. What, did we forget to do something? I don't know. I think we can close it, so I can invite our president on the stage.
To the CT, to our main chair Achel, to our technical chair Gabi, and to our always minutes responsible Evelina Volchanov, our vice president. Thank you guys so much. Please
Now this is Achel, this is Gabi. Някой трябва да извади Цецо.
Хайде, Цецо.
As you can see, it really takes a village to organize this event. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to the OC so much. It was so cool to wear the fancy dresses, to really dress up, to be someone else for just one night, to have the opportunity to gather around with our international guests, with our local volunteers, to meet in this wonderful city, which reminds me of St. Petersburg because I haven't been to Vienna, so this is the next best thing. Thank you to the CT for being so much on time, for being so technically good, because there were no issues as far as we were able to see. I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but in front of the scenes, everything was perfect. Thank you for Eva too, for always stepping in and being behind us and during the minutes. I wanted to thank to every single person during this NA for being on time, for always having quorum check. This was very unique also. Thank you for the international guests, for being part of the social program, for staying in the discussions, for presenting your activities. It was so lovely to hear from what you've done and what you've been up to, and to really get inspired on our local event.
with your international initiatives and perspectives. And I wanted to thank our guests from the National Youth Forum for also joining. I think we had a very fruitful discussion. Hopefully you had something in mind and you will take this home and really think about it, and during our next events we will further discuss it. We have to close now, we have a bus to catch, so have a nice evening. Keep your positive thoughts for the rest of the week, and thank you all. We officially pronounce this platform closed.
Not boring pictures. Legs. Smiles.
I'm a pet level, okay?
Okay, everyone put your legs up. Legs, hands. Do things. Show some body.
Ama ignorava você, haydi.
Guys, I have a lost phone here. It's a little phone, probably. It was on the piano. Беше на пиано?
Какво ето за малко само за програмата?
Ето да оправим.
Плати само за малко. Обаче на някакъв
Вече хората спят смисъл. Защо по-добре си спят след класа? Ако няма не се
не винаги се разбира приемно. Двамата много накрая по-добре си стана с жена са не да кажеш това е окей, защото особено когато имаме гости, независимо дали са организация или други са държави. Вчера всичко беше наред и искам да знам
става на живота, не се ли гадиш, ако не се базикаш, не става.
има някаква граница, която не е никъде към някой път не трябва да се казва, че човек това не е платформа.
Аз мисля, че това трябва да се прави забавно, става смях, независимо от какво правиш, да е готино и да си тръгнеш надъхан. Не си тръгнеш включени и убийството,
Аз ако кажеш накрая на техническата част, това прави хората се смяха. Да, знам.
Имахме проблеми накрая, другия път да ги
Ама ти не го каза така, кажи го на Габи, кажи го на Петър.
Да мръднем от камерата, не, заключвай, закривай.